Hakin, hi, do you hear me?
Can you hear me, Roberta?
Yes, I do hear you. Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
So I was attending the welcoming event yesterday, and I saw that people, there was a window about, well, a button in the lower bar
Okay.
for to answer, to write questions. So people should use that instead of the chat, right?
Okay.
I don't know. That's my question. At least that was the case yesterday. Do you think it's a feature that is active also in this session? Because now I don't see that particular icon for questions.
I don't see that here either.
Okay, then it was a special feature, a mysterious feature for yesterday event. So let's keep it simple and use the chat space for questions there.
Okay. I think most of the things, because as we're speaking now, people will be hearing us. So I think I will be contacting you through the chat, through the private chat.
Yeah.
Okay, so if anything, you contact me, I'll keep my eye on that also.
Yes. Now I should look again who should take care of the chat.
I think it's meant to be Hannah Crawford.
Okay. Yeah. Because I cannot do too many things at the same time. So if I am discussing, then someone else should take care of answering to the question in the chat or like summarizing at the end. What I plan to do is to stop at the end of each discussion and look at the chat and see if there are questions.
Yes.
But sure. That's the thing I can do. If you have a issue to tell me during the discussion,
yeah,
it may be that it's easier to speak, to interrupt me, because I will look at the discussion, at the chat only at the end.
All right. Okay. But I'm not sure. Okay, I'm not sure.
Hopefully there is nothing alarming, but if there is some noise or some issues that I'm not realizing.
Yeah. Okay.
I hope the connection will be strong.
I'm hoping so too. I've got my. Okay. I've got my my phone by my side, so that just in case anything goes off, I could log on through to my phone.
Ah, oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
So how do I have to get familiar then on how to log with the phone?
You know, you sent us an email that has the connection. You sent us an email.
Who sent the email?
You did. You sent a link.
Yes.
So if you get that on your phone ready, if anything goes on, you just press the link.
Yeah, that's link. Yes, yes. I just test to see if I can connect via the phone.
Okay. You won't, were you able to do that?
Not yet.
It will be hard to connect at the moment because you're already connected now.
So you think I cannot do it in twice from a different device?
I'm not sure if you can, because it will say you're already in a meeting, except you want to leave that meeting to join.
Yeah, right. Okay, but I keep the link so open, so I can click on it.
Yes.
Yeah. I had a question for you.
Okay.
So there will be at the beginning some presentation. I've got the PowerPoint of this presentation.
Okay.
Is it easy to make the presenter to share the screen? Because it would be easier for them to manage the slides.
Yes, it's easy for them to share the screen, but if they're finding it difficult, you could ask them that do they want you to share the screen on their behalf? Because I listened to some presentation where the presenters couldn't manage to share their presentation on the screen.
Ah.
Yeah, so if it's difficult for them, then you can share it on their behalf.
Okay, and so then they tell me when to go on with the following slides and so on.
Yes.
I just press the button.
Yes.
Yeah. So in that case, because we don't know, I will not add their slides to the presentation, because I thought at the beginning it would be easier if also their presentation are embedded, included in the PowerPoint of the progress of the session, but maybe not. Or should I do it now in case they agree on being me the one who click?
Yeah.
I should do that.
Well, it is if it's not too difficult for you to do.
Oh no, I can do it. It takes 1 minute. I have the PP PowerPoint presentation, so I just let me see. So that we don't lose time in closing one shared screen and opening another. There may be always a problem in the connection or time wasted and.
Yeah.
Okay, so first of all, I should take the presentation away from the web and then, yeah, I will do so. I will download the presentation from the web and I will have it in my own computer. Do you have experience on running PowerPoint presentation, the Google PowerPoint presentation?
The Google PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah.
I thought that was what you sent us yesterday, isn't it?
Yes, but is it okay if I go through that, the Google presentation? Or
yes.
It's easier if I do it from my own computer?
We could go through the Google one if that is easier.
Okay.
Okay. I'm just trying the Google one you sent us yesterday, and it's a bit slow to load.
Yeah. Okay, now I have it in my computer and I add here the slides of the presenters.
All right.
It's easier if I do it in my computer and then I move back the presentation in the Google space. So here they are. Put it here.
Is it the same time? Are you in Finland at the moment?
It's 12 past 10.
12 past 10. Oh, okay.
Second. Okay, done. Now I save it.
Thank you.
It's very big file.
Wow.
So now I copy again, I add another slide, yeah. I put one slide twice because then we have to go back to the group discussion. So I put it twice here, yeah. Right. And now I move it to the Google folder. Okay.
Do you think nobody is logging on? Do you think people are finding it difficult to log on? Nobody's joining at the moment.
Yeah, but it will start still in 45 minutes.
Oh, it's not starting until 45 minutes.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. That was my mistake. I thought it was 8 o'clock.
Yes. It is 8 o'clock. We have
Okay.
3-hour difference from that.
Okay. It's 8:15 here now. So maybe it's because we change our time on Sunday. So
yeah. that add confusion to a already complicated zone time. I had already marked in my calendar all the timing, and then I had to adjust all of them Sunday because, oh my God, 1 hour more.
Because I was thinking there's nobody checking in that what is going on, and I thought, oh, all right.
Okay, so now working group 1. I would not be so relaxed otherwise.
Yeah, yeah. So what time is the breakout? We're going to have a break entry before the breakout.
Sorry, just a moment. I finish this and then I answer because I don't want to mix up now. Just check that it's the right file. And it's not. Why? Where is it then? Sorry, you see? Where did I put the slide? Oh, I have to do it again.
Oh. Is there anything you want me to help with?
That should be a simple thing. I just want to download the recent presentation. Here it is. I save it here. Change the name. Okay, so this is the latest one. And here I insert the other PowerPoint. Okay. So meanwhile, I finish this, I can ask you another question.
Okay.
So now I have copied in this presentation all the text that Anna should say about the instruction and the introductory script. So she doesn't need to go to the web page. She can read it through my slides. This means that we don't need to change the share of the screen. I don't see any occasion when there is need to change the share of the screen, perhaps. If everything goes right now, the only question is to change the share of the screen when if the two presenters want to do the presentation from their own computer.
Yes.
So the two presenters are, I should write down the name because I'm really bad with names, so I have to have them on my desk. Tongwa.
Can you get the pronunciation of the name right? Did you ask them?
That's a good question. I didn't. I will ask. I mean,
Yeah. because although it's spelled Tongwa, I don't know if that is the right pronunciation to, it's well. you might just manage it. You might just manage it through if you call it very, very quickly.
They have selected me to chair this session, although I'm not very practical with this and with the topic and so, because I'm not a native speaker. So I speak slowly. You cannot ask me to speak fast because that's impossible for me to speak fast in English.
Yeah.
Are you from which country?
I'm from the UK.
From the UK?
Yes.
So you are a native speaker?
Sorry, say that again?
Yeah, so you don't have a language issues.
Well.
I do have.
I think everybody does, because it's not an easy thing when you find yourself in another place. So sometimes, because I'm originally from Africa, I still have a bit of accent when I go to some places in the UK, the rural area in the UK.
So you are an original British. You are from Africa. You were born in Africa.
I was born in Africa, yeah, but I'm British, but I was born in Africa.
Okay, okay. From which country you are from?
I'm from Nigeria.
Nigeria.
Yeah.
Okay, so now it seems I have one one version here on control, and now I try to copy it here.
So how is Finland?
From which point of view?
Well, from the COVID-19 issue.
It's much better than in most of the European countries.
All right. Okay.
There are restrictions, so we are all working from home. Schools are closed, but here I think will never be as serious as in Italy. First of all, because they started immediately to apply this restriction, and
right.
Because people are more isolated, are more far from each other. The density of population is much lower, and they are not used to close contact between people. In Italy, is all kissing and and here is the opposite.
Okay.
Opposite. So that is good for the limitation of the spread.
Yeah, that's very true.
So people can go out and go running, go jogging, go do activity outside. They should just not gather in places. So you should be apart from each other. But otherwise, there are no limitation on going outside. Now, I live in Helsinki, and Helsinki area has been isolated from the rest of the country. So we cannot go anywhere else. The rest of the country can also travel. Inside the border. But the borders are closed, the border of the country, but not the regional border.
Okay. Were you from Italy?
Yes.
How are your family down there? Are they all okay?
They are all okay, thank you. Yes, at least so far. But they're struggling. Yeah, they're really isolated. Yeah.
And from the view from Italy and academic development, Finland and academic development, is it good? Is it nice there?
From the working condition point of view?
Yes.
Yeah, it's nice. From that point of view, in Finland, I got opportunities that I could have never had in Italy. Yeah.
Wow. 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 Because I'm just an early career, just starting out. So I'm just looking at what are the opportunities around. I did remote sensing, and I noticed you did something of remote sensing also. And then I did geology and environmental hazards. So I'm just thinking, you know, where is the best place to go or to put my foot in?
If you are doing remote sensing, if you are interested on remote sensing of snow,
yeah,
then I think Finland is one of the highest player, one of the strongest player in the world.
Wow.
Yeah. But remote sensing of other things, I don't know. That's not my field. I know for sure for snow we are very strong.
Yeah, that's very good.
But I am not in the remote sensing. I'm in on in situ observations.
Oh, okay.
With the instruments. I participate to field campaigns and then I analyze the data. Well, that was my previous life before entering into this observing system assessment, management, and so on.
Wow.
The last couple of years. But I hope to go back to my science.
Yeah. Do you in your institute, do you do anything like placement, or is there a way I could join in to learn for a couple of months and then, you know, just to know one or two things and understand how things work?
Well, there are possibility to do summer work.
Right.
Usually students do that, but of course you can write to the scientists. You can search the research topic in the webpage of my institute, Finnish Meteorological Institute.
Yeah.
And you see the group leaders there of the group that as the topic you want to study, and then send your interest. So in many cases it works like that, they may need to have someone to, they need a person, but they don't find it easily, and then search among the contact they have.
All right. Oh,
so
good.
it's so if in the remote sensing you could contact the group. There are several groups that do remote sensing in the atmosphere, in the sea ice, in the terrestrial snow, where we are strong. Yeah.
Yeah, that's very nice. That's very good, because it's very hard in the UK at the moment because of all the cutting and removing themselves from the EU and all the stuff. Because most of the research is joined together with other EU countries, and now they've removed themselves. It's really, really hard to get anything going. Even jobs is very, very challenging.
But at least you have UK citizenship.
Yeah.
Not in danger there.
Yeah, that's true.
I know many who lives in UK and don't have UK citizenship, and they are in trouble now.
It's really hard if you're not well settled in the country, because
or they thought they were well settled. They didn't have any problem before. They've been there for 20-30 years, but they never thought they need a UK citizenship. They were European.
Yeah, that's true. They were, aren't they? Yeah. Oh well.
I also don't have the Finnish citizenship because I feel I don't need it. I am a European, so I can live anywhere.
Yeah.
And so far it has been like that. I hope it will not change.
No, I don't think it will change, because Europe needs to stand together. That's my opinion.
Yeah. But now I managed to download here the presentation, and I will try if it is okay, and then I will remove the old one. If this is okay, so I will not cause confusion of any sort.
Okay, Anna is here, and Anna is the note taker.
Hi, Anna.
Good morning, Roberta. Hi.
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 Are you okay, Anna?
Yeah, all good. How are you?
Yeah. Where you dialing in from this morning?
I'm in Edinburgh in my home. We have just changed the time to summertime, so I wasn't really sure when the session starts. I'm glad I'm not late.
We've just been saying that because I'm in Nottingham. I guess you are aware of Nottingham?
Edinburgh.
Well, I am calling from Nottingham.
Okay. Yeah, same. Yeah.
Yeah, so I was here. I forgot the time changed on Sunday, so I've been here over an hour. And I was telling Roberta, I said, nobody's signing in. What's going on?
Oh, no.
So how is Edinburgh?
Yeah, we're having a quarantine, so we're not really allowed to leave the flat, but it's good to have something to focus on at least this week, you know.
That's true.
Oh, sorry.
I have to send an email to everybody because I cannot cancel the whole presentation. I see many are there. Let's see if I manage to edit it. I don't know how it works in Google PPT, but I will find it out now.
Yeah, I think you can just upload the new one.
I did that, but I cannot cancel the old one because there are many on it. I will try to copy the slides that I modified to the old one.
Sounds good.
Let's see if it works. Yeah.
Good.
I think I did it.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like. So this is the old presentation where everybody is connected and it seems the new slides are on place. Ooh, I managed. Yeah.
So have you updated the old slide into the new one now?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I mean vice versa. The new slides in the old one.
Ah, okay. All right.
So that people don't need to change the link.
Yeah. I think
Yeah.
I can see it here now.
Can you see?
Yes, you've added a lot of more slides into the whole slide.
Yeah.
And it's about 43 pages now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it's okay for 3 hours.
I would think so.
Yeah, I can see it too. All good.
Excellent. So it works. I will remove now the other presentation to avoid chaos, confusion. But yeah, so we have only one now.
Great. I have just created folders for notes in the main folder. Hope that's okay.
Folder for?
For the notes from each day.
From the notes, yes. So the idea is that if Tonghua and Wu and Inoue don't want to share the screen, I can be the one that advance with their slides. And so the presentation are now uploaded in the same document, so we don't need to change any screen or anything. But if they want to present themselves, then someone, I don't know if it is you, Anna, or
Akin.
Akin, yes. I will write all the name. You have to then change the.
So we aim to have a break, a 10 minutes break between.
Oh yeah, you asked me about the breaks.
Yeah.
The breaks are so you have 1 hour difference.
Yeah.
We will have 10-minute breaks, 9:05 GMT, so it's 10:05 your time.
Yes.
And it's noon, 12:05 my time.
Yeah. Okay.
And the second break is at 10 GMT, so 11 your time and 1 o'clock my time.
Okay. So during the break, during the first break, when everybody reconvene, I will be splitting them into the breakout group.
Yeah.
Okay.
During the first break, you will split them in the breakout group, and these are randomly assigned.
Yes.
So we have to see how many people are participating.
Yeah.
And then divide them in 5-8 groups. I don't know if we can help you, or do you have guidelines on how to do it?
It's done automatically from my side here.
Ah, all right. Okay.
Yeah. So I'll just look at how many people have signed in, and then I'll put them into the breakout group according to the total number. So.
All right. Hello to everybody. Welcome to the Arctic Observing Summit Working Group 1 session, which is about design, optimization, and implementation of the observing system. I see that at the moment there are, let me see, how many participants?
29.
Sorry?
29.
29, yeah, because now sharing the screen and also seeing the other windows is a bit complicated. 29. Thank you. So this session is chaired by me and Roberta Pirazzini from the Finnish Meteorological Institute. And I am chair of the Arctic Observing Summit Working Group 1, together with Alice Bradley and Hayo. You can see all well the screen, and you can hear me, I suppose, I hope. We will go now through these slides I will start immediately by giving the floor to Anna Crawford, that will provide instruction on how to manage the online session tool, and will give a brief introduction to this whole session. Anna, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much. Yes, everybody, I'm just going to talk at you for 2 slides with some introductory material for today. What I'm reading is also on the slides that are being shared so that you can follow along. The circumpolar Arctic is the contemporary home to many different indigenous peoples. As researchers and others who are working in or reside in the Arctic, we recognize these lands and waters as the mostly unceded traditional homeland of the indigenous peoples. It is the responsibility of each of us to learn, know, and gain better understanding of the indigenous peoples and cultures with which we engage. With that in mind, let's engage in open-minded, community-building collaboration as described by the ASSW Code of Conduct, which I'll share in the chat window right now. Now move slides. So just some logistics before we start the presentations. You join with your camera off and your audio muted. If you unmute yourself at any time, please remember to remute after you speak. You can mute by pressing *6 if your phone does not have a dedicated mute button. And please keep your phone muted during the presentation and do not put us on hold. And that's because we can all hear you typing and conversations when you aren't muted, and the hold button may cause disruption in the presentation. To avoid the echo, if you have the option, please use headphones or a headset. If you are on the phone, please turn your computer speakers all the way down. We can get an echo when the phone picks up your computer audio. See your controls by hovering your mouse at the bottom of the video conference screen, and you can chat and see the other participants via these controls. If you have a question, please type your questions into the chat window and they will be read out loud. If you need help, please message the moderator via the chat tool or the raise hand tool, which is accessed by opening the participants window. If you want to join the discussion, please unmute yourself and speak up, or raise your virtual hand and we'll call on you. Or you can send a chat message to the group everyone and the moderator will read the question out loud. For folks without mics, please, you can type into the chat and the chat monitor again will read the questions out loud. And one final note, this presentation will be recorded. A video file, audio file, slides, and relevant links will all be available on the agenda tab of the AOS website, which you can find in the chat box as well. And with that, I'll give the floor back to you, Roberta.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Anna. I will now briefly look at the agenda of today's meeting. But before doing that, I kindly ask all the participants to briefly itself in the chat. We don't have time to do it to give the floor to each of you, but you are invited to write a few notes like your name and affiliation from in the chat, so that we can record and track the participants to the meeting. And it's useful also to the other participants to know. Sometimes the name you appear in the list of participants is just an acronym, so we don't know who is behind it. So thank you for that. And so I will go through briefly the agenda. We will start with an introduction. Hank Löscher from Bethel Memorial Institute and University of Colorado will speak about the Arctic observing summing and road processes and system engineering approach. And I will follow him by introducing the goals of the Working Group 1. Then we will hear some presentations from Donghua Wu from Chinese Academy of Science about framework for observation of cryospheric change in China and application for Arctic setting. And from Yoon Inoue from the National Institute of Polar Research, Japan, on observation for Asian extreme weather prediction and Arctic maritime transport. After these two presentations will serve the purpose of giving example about two observing system organization and opening or facilitating the further contribution by all you participants. So you will be asked to intervene and ask to speak briefly about which system you have in place for organizing observation, and we will provide some question. Then we will have a short break during which you will be split into randomly assigned breakout group. And in each group, you will be assigned the task to discuss about particular challenges in implementing a structure model. We will introduce the concept in the introduction, me and Hank, and then identify challenges for it. After the discussion group, you will have this answer to fill, and a form will help you to go through the questions and fill the form together. Then we will reconvene together, and each group will present the highlight of the conclusions. And then we will wrap up and introduce, Alice will introduce the plan for tomorrow and provide some homework for you. So I would like to remind you to keep in mind that we have to be very sharp in keeping times. And so the presentation had to be 5 minutes, no more. Most of us are not familiar with this online large meeting, so be patient. And please use the chat to ask any question during the presentation. We will answer them, we will go through them at the end of the presentation. So about the introduction, now I don't know if Hank is online. Are you there, Hank?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, so I can present this slide, or do you want to do it? I can start from this and then I give the floor to you. Is it right? Is it okay?
Sure.
Okay, okay. So here I just introduce, sorry. Yeah. I just introduced the basic concept. Many of you are super familiar with them, but maybe not all. So it's worth to go through the concepts. What is SEON? The Sustaining Arctic Observing Network is a joint initiative of the Arctic Council and the International Arctic Science Committee, established to engage and facilitate connection among the producer and end users of Arctic observation in order to create and sustain an Arctic observing system. So here we are at the Arctic Observing Summit. That is a creation of SEON. And it serves as a mechanism to convene researcher, indigenous expert, agency personnel, private sector, and others to provide community-driven, science-based guidance for the design, implementation, coordination, and sustained long-term operation for an international network of Arctic observing systems. SEON has recently developed a roadmap for Arctic observing and data system called ROADS. This is a tool, a starting point for implementing his strategy, so to concretely achieve the objective. Now, Hank will introduce the road concept, will explain about it, and also on the system engineering that is behind the creation of this structure model that we have to deal with today in today's session. So Hank, the floor is yours.
Sure. Thank you. So I'll start my video. Thank you so much for that nice introduction. What we're going to try to do over the course of the 2 days is something that I think is a real needed challenge, and it's something that we haven't really done before, and that is to gain traction on what an Arctic observing system could be. And could be relevant for your sciences. Right now, there's lots of different ideas and lots of different approaches and lots of different funding agencies, etc. And so what we're just trying to do is ultimately get a little bit of traction of what that might be looking at from you as the community, both in terms of what we would be observing and how we would potentially glue all of that together. And so on this slide, it's classically called a Six Sigma slide. And if you look sort of like on the left-hand side of it, there's a lot of things that are going on. And through our discussions, through our talks, we're going to try to move to the right-hand side of that and try to identify what an Arctic observing variable may be for you, what are the societal benefits are, what are the science benefits, and being able to figure out how we might be able to glue those different pieces together, and what type of sort of operational or programmatic ways of pulling all of that together through some guided sessions. So on the next slide, one of the approaches that we're all adopting here is called the Rhodes Principles and Assumptions. And one of the places that we're going to start, I'd like to have people to think about, is what would be an essential Arctic variable that has broad application, that has societal benefits, and how it would be actually then implemented in what might be some of the gaps in terms of spatial area or temporal area, or things that we might not be measuring that are important to be able to assess the drivers and the processes around that particular variable. So the roads should complement and integrate current planning approaches of what we're thinking about Arctic observing. It should support a stepwise development. So being able to be flexible, collaborative, that we can also involve some sort of idea of what it means to be at the granular level from the bottom up, but be able to be pulled together and more integrated. And of course, we want to be able to think about how we can utilize these types of variables and ask you what these types of variables may be for you across different disciplines, what it might mean towards other Arctic sciences, as well as the indigenous peoples and the Arctic peoples that are that we're trying to put together. So both sort of the science end of what an essential Arctic variable will be, and a social component of what the essential Arctic variable might be. So, so lastly on the next slide, so again, this is sort of a little bit redundant, but being able to conceptually identify what that broad phenomenon may look like, and how we might be able to structure the coordination and the collaboration to support of that societal benefit and the measurement and the development of what an Arctic observing variable may look like. So how to identify that as critically important, how to be able to observe that in terms of the system requirements or what is needed, and how to be able to implement that. And I know that this might be a little bit foreign to some folks, and so we're really trying to challenge people to think about this in a new way, and to really help us get more traction on what a global Arctic observing system may be looking like. And so one of the places or one of the diagrams that we may try to get to by the end of this session is, and this is an example of sea ice variables sort of captured as an essential variable. And if we move to the left of that, you can see how it might be applied to answering different questions or different types of science, from ocean forecasting, climate forecasting, and the like, and then how that might be applied to societal benefit areas. And we really want to sort of wrap those societal benefit areas around everything, because it's not just a dotted line over to say food security, but actually that's an integral part of this approach. And then moving to the right, how we're going to be able to assess that that Arctic variable, and in this case through SAT, DMS, or AAO-KH, and then how we can be able to identify which networks may already exist, or what networks might actually have to be developed to be able to assess and build that Arctic observing out. So this is sort of one of the end result that we're trying to get at, and we're going to be asking you and walking you through activities to help gain some of that information.
Thank you very much, Hank, for this introduction on the important concepts. I will briefly go through now the goal of today's session, how to implement these concepts, how to work on them. So I will skip this. How do we concretely work to help in implementing this ROADS process? We divided the task in two parts, and they will be addressed in today's session and tomorrow's session. One task is to assess impactful essential Arctic variables. ROADS partner network activity should identify a relatively limited set of essential Arctic variables that are assessed by highly impactful across a wide range of societal benefit. More importantly, what will be asked from you is to identify the criteria, the the idea on how to identify this, what make an essential Arctic variable so essential, and how to link. Is it good, or is it a good idea to link it to the societal benefit area? How we do that? And another task would be to develop a scheme, to identify a scheme to structure collaboration and coordination. So the essential Arctic variables need to be supported by a structure model, a schema for documenting collaboratively identified requirements and coordinated implementation strategy. What that scheme could be is an example of it was provided by Hank now through this slide. This is an example of this scheme, but many network or observing system have already implemented structure, similar structure. Can they be used for this purpose? If so, we need to think about interoperability. So this second point would be the task for today's session. The first point would be addressed tomorrow. So deliverables of this working group are recommendation on how roads co-assess most impactful Earth observing variables, and recommendation on a structured model for documenting the societal benefit areas and corresponding observing system requirements that should be captured for each essential Arctic variable. So this will be the task for today, evaluate structure model, and there will be 2 sessions for that. This is the morning session, and then there is a West session that is late in the evening for Europe and Asia, and morning for US. And in day 2, the goal will be linking societal benefit areas to essential Arctic variable. And there will also be a cross-cutting session focusing on issues that cut across different Arctic observing system working groups. On the end of day 2 and on day 3, we will consolidate the recommendation. So here we start with some presentations. Before that, I want to, because there are people coming in all the time, so I just want to remind people, newcomer, to introduce themselves briefly in the chat, and also to raise question or concern or comments in the chat at any time. And that will be then read at the end of each presentation or parts of the session. So far, do you have a question that you want to discuss now? Is any of you willing to ask questions on what we have discussed so far?
I have another suggestion. So it would be really useful if the one presenting could put the PowerPoint in slideshow mode. The text is sometimes so small I can't read it.
Right. Okay, that's a technical issue that I didn't think to have, but it seems that I have, because
Roberta, it's next to the yellow share button on the upper right.
Sorry, next to?
The button says present. It's white. It's right next to the yellow share button, the upper right of your screen.
You mean?
Nope. Down a little bit, and then slightly to the left.
Ah.
Hit present. Yes.
For this. And how can I see the chat while I am present? My screen is presenting.
You should be able to bring your mouse to the top of the screen, and you'll get the little zoom bar.
Okay, I will not study it now, but I will ask the two presenters, Tonghua Wu and Yunhua, to let me know if they want to present the slides themselves. I will share. We will share they will need to share the screen, or if they want that I will go through the slides and they will tell me when I have to change slide. Tonghua, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Good morning, and
Good morning.
I'm glad to introduce you. You are from the Chinese Academy of Science, State K Laboratory on Cryospheric Science, and you are going to speak about frameworks for observation of cryospheric change in China and application for Arctic setting. Would you like to share the screen, or do you prefer that I keep on with this presentation? I have added your slides here.
You can show in your computer. Yeah. The slide.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I kindly ask you to keep on the 5 minutes time you have. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yes, please. The floor is yours.
Yeah. Sorry.
Can you see the screen?
No, I cannot see my slide.
Can everybody see the slide?
Oh, we can see
I think
your
you need
last slide. I think it froze.
or you need to change which window you're sharing.
I didn't change any window. It's in the same presentation.
Maybe.
Let's do this.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
See it now?
Yeah.
Oh, I go again to the presentation, but if there is problem, then I go back to this smaller mode, although it's difficult to see for it's small, but let's see if it works now. Do you see the screen now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Tonghua Wu from the State Key Laboratory of Cryospheric Sciences and the Chinese Academy of Sciences. And I will introduce the frameworks for observations of cryospheric change in Northwest China and the application for Arctic settings. Actually, this presentation is prepared by me and other colleagues from the International Arctic Research Center from the University of Alaska Fairbanks. Next slide, please. Sorry. Next slide, please. As we may know, for the cryosphere distribution in China, we have the almost 500,000 glaciers, and also permafrost is about 2.2 million square kilometers, and we also have 4.2 million square kilometers for slow cover extent in the whole China, and most of them are distributed on the northwest of China, and they provide a large amount of water resources for the local people and also for the surrounding regions of the third poles. Next slide, please. And since 19 60s, our laboratory have established, sorry, actually the last slide. The second slide, please. Yeah. During the last 60 years, we have established a cryospheric observation network on the Northwest China, and we have set up 8 integrated stations all over the Qinghai Tibetan plateau, and also some stations on the Tian Shan Mountains, and also for the Qinian Mountains in the northeast Tibetan plateau. And some of them are the 8 of them are integrated stations, which means including the automatic weather stations, and also some parameters for glaciers, permafrost, and slow covers. And until now, we also established 3 stations on the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, and which belongs to the Chinese Academy Sciences level. And we also have the 12 cooperation stations with the other institute. And we just want to include all the elements of cryosphere on the Northwest China. And for the observation objective include glacial permafrost, slow cover, meteorology, and hydrology, and atmospheric chemistry. And also some of them have the ecological observations. The difference is just some of the stations is focused on more on the glaciers. Some of them focused on more on the permafrost, and some of them focused on more on the slow cover measurement. Next slide, please. And until now, among the 8 national level stations, we have 6 stations belongs to the Global Cryosphere Watch. Actually, we have the Tian Shan Glacial Station, which is started in 1950s. And also we have the Gormod Station, which is focused on the permafrost observations since the 1980s. And for the Yulong Station, we have another glacial observation station, which is focused on the different type of the glaciers in the southeast of China. Next slide, please. And we established those stations mostly focused on the cryosphere service, which means the various benefits that human being can obtain from the cryosphere, such as the glacier, slow cover, permafrost, frozen ground, and also other elements of cryosphere. We, according to the framework of the ecosystem service, we also divided the cryosphere service into the supply service, adjust service, society and cultural service, and also habitat service. And we also divide them according to the function to supply the people, such as the fresh water and clean energy. And also we have the climate regulation, such as the permafrost ecosystem, such like that. And also we research the local culture and also the tourists in the cryosphere regions. Next slide, please. And we designed those stations. This figure just shows our observation, the link between our observation and the United Nations 2030 sustainable development goals. As you can see, for the glacier on the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, they provide a large amount of water resources for the local people and also the surrounding regions. And for the slow cover, it also have the adjusted, it can adjust the runoff of the drainage, such as the hydrology, and it can adjust it, it can cause some flood and in this region. For the permafrost region, we may know for the permafrost temperature in this region, the ground temperature of the permafrost is relatively higher, is almost close to the 0 centigrade degree. And that's it can bring high risk for the engineering infrastructure such as railway and highway and so on. We just established, designed that observations according to the cryosphere's change and its influence on the local environment and the local people. Next slide, please. I just want to show you a case on the Tibetan Plateau. We selected the loss limiter of the permafrost boundary for the Shidatan station, which is also belong to the Global Cryosphere Watch, the project. It's actually the standard cryonet station. We measure the air temperature, precipitation, evaporation, relative humidity, and the wind speed and direction, and also the radiation, and the soil temperature, soil moist, and also the ground temperature until the 40-meter steep borehole. And we just measured those parameters, just applied to the engineering infrastructure, such as the Qinghai Tibet Railway and the highway. Also, there are some pipeline engineering along the Qinghai Tibet Railway. We also observe those parameters, and we can provide some parameters for the engineering design for in these regions. The secondly, we also measured the ecology and the hydrology in this region. We can provide some basic data for the scientific community for this region, and we also suggest to the local government, for the policymakers, we want to show them which region is vulnerable to the climate change, and we just suggest maybe there's some, we can take some measures to move the people from the plateau to the city, and we can take some corresponding measures adapted to the climate change. Next, please. And since the 2017, we have established the international collaboration with the International Arctic Research Center on the Seward Peninsula and on the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. We just set up permafrost observation station in the Lone region in the Alaska state. We collaborate with the International Arctic Research Center, the Bob Wharton and his group, and because they have a long-term observation at the Lone site. They have the NG project, which is led by the Larry Hillman, and we selected the Lone to have a comparison with the Shidatan site, which is in the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, because in those regions they are underlain by a high temperature permafrost, which the ground temperature very close to the to 0 centigrade degree. And we just attempt to make a contribution to the existing observation network, just as the NG project, which have set up several years ago. And we also want to conduct the multi-sphere interaction comparison, which we want to show the difference and also the similar regularity between those two regions. And we also, if possible, we can be the candidate for a global cryosphere watch and sustainable Arctic observation network. That's just a perspective. That's all. Thank you. Thank you for your attention. That's all.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, Robert.
Yeah, thank you very much, Donghua. It was an extremely interesting presentation and a very nice example for the discussion now for this session. I would perhaps ask the people if they have direct questions on the presentation. If there are no questions, we go to the next one. Inoue, are you online?
Yes, hello, Roberto.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm really happy to have you
Yep.
here. And together with Donghua, you will make a nice introduction for the discussion with your presentation on Arctic observation for extreme weather prediction in mid-latitude and Arctic maritime transport. Would you like us to let you share your screen, or that I go?
I like to use my slide, so please finish your sharing monitor.
Yeah.
Yep. Can you see my slide?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yep. I'd like to briefly introduce the role of Arctic observation on the extreme weather prediction in mid-latitude and Arctic maritime transport. And Hayo Aiken asked me 3 questions to be addressed in this presentation. First one is how do we link observation of the Arctic atmosphere and the sea ice to improved prediction of extreme weather and the sea ice condition? And the second one is how do we assess the value of societal benefits of observations? And the last one is what type of international framework, international observing framework would help with integration of a multitude of different observations. So first question, I listed 3 items. First one is the understanding the uncertainty in the sea ice and the weather prediction. And the second one is the quality of observations. And the last one is WMO WIGOS 2040 vision. So I like to briefly mention those things. First one is the uncertainty in the sea ice and the weather predictions. So based on recent our study, we learned that the uncertainty in the modeled Arctic atmosphere propagate easily to the other fields like the atmosphere in the mid-latitudes as well as the sea ice and the wave and ocean. So if we have additional Arctic observation, especially atmospheric Arctic observation, those signal can sometimes can propagate toward the mid-latitudes and contribute to the skillful weather forecast in mid-latitudes, like cold air breaks in the eastern edge of continents, Eurasia and North America, and tropical cyclones, typhoons, and hurricanes. And in the Arctic, also sea ice motion and distribution are influenced by those skillful atmospheric weather forecasts. So the understanding those uncertainties is very important. This is the first thing. And the second thing is the quality of observations. So for example, in the atmosphere, the radio zones in Russian area, for example, relatively low accuracy of them might affect the forecast skill in the downstream region like Japan, Korea, and China. And the sea ice also sometimes problem. For example, satellite-based ice cover product and deviates a lot in spite of the same source of world data like answer 2, because several institutions use each algorithm to produce the sea ice cover. So those deviation sometimes provide a large uncertainty of wave forecasts in the Arctic, especially the marginal ice zone. And recently, WMO published the vision of WIGOS, WMO Integrated Global Observing System in 2040. And there are several sentences related to the polar observations. For example, in the atmospheric field, radio zones network will be optimized. And I think this sentence is very important, which will be decreased in some data sparse areas. So the redistribution of observing resources are very important. And emerging new technique like drones are also very important to make vertical profiles or horizontal measurement. And the ocean and sea ice fields expand radars for wave and sea ice observations are important. And recently, private sector tourist ships and the commercial ships also can provide the additional observation data set. And the second question, how do we assess the value of societal benefits of observations? Here, I think the demonstrating the value of the forecasting data to the stakeholders is very important. For example, to exchange the information between our field scientists and operational weather sensors. For example, ECMWF like that. And the second thing is making a dialogue between the scientists and the ship crews or companies, operating companies. So those activities inspire the operational weather centers, how those forecasting data sets are useful on the ship or field campaigns. And the last question is, what type of international observing framework would help with integration of them? So YOP-like polar prediction project, like long-term project, this studied from 2013 or so, and will end in 2022, next 2 years. So far, it works well, but this project connects the people engaging in the modeling and observations between providers and end users, and high latitudes and mid latitudes. So those projects will be desired. And considering the limited existing observing resources among countries, duplication observation should be avoided. Observations should be well coordinated and the data should be shared. And the feedback from recent modeling activities, especially the data simulation, for example, relative importance of observing systems for forecasting skills, seasonality, and the additional parameters, new parameters, for example, snow depth on sea ice or land for the data simulation, would be a new opportunity to design the Arctic observing network. So to summarize, this is just a personal opinions, but my opinions are we have to consider how to improve the atmospheric forcing for the numerical weather prediction. So Yop-like extra observations are very effective, but not realistic to maintain long time. But additional observations using ships and buoys may be good and feasible. And redistributing the existing observing resources from dense area to sparse area is might be a new idea. And we have to also consider how to improve the sea ice and the ocean data for initialization and boundary condition. So maybe satellite community engagement will be needed, and more ocean data set, especially during winter time, for example, important. And the last one is we have to consider a long-term feasible Arctic observing action plan for numerical weather predictions. So this should be financially sustainable, and maybe not only the Arctic countries, but non-Arctic countries take partial responsibility for the observations. Yep, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Inoue.
I finished the share
Yeah.
my slide. Yep.
Indeed, you also ended up providing recommendation for tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. So very, very nice. I think both your presentation and the presentation by Tonghua Wu gave a nice framework now for the discussion. We don't have much time. We have time until 9:05 to discuss all together about other, if the participants have want to present example of their observing network. And following the presentation that we have just heard, provide an idea or think about how their observing network can be linked to international observing framework. Like Yuno spoke about Vigos and also Tonghua about Cryonet. First of all, I would like to ask to Tonghua and Yun Inoue, what is the current challenge they face with interoperability? This international overarching network have the scope of also help in harmonization of the regional observing system. Do you face challenges, special challenges in that?
Yeah, I'm Tonghua. I would like to say maybe the great challenge we meet is the sustainability of the observation network, because maybe you know, now we just established the observation stations only supported by some projects. We just want to try our best to apply for another turns support from the CAS and also some funding agency. And I think this is the great challenge. Also, there are some yeah, I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's a common challenge, very common.
Yeah.
And do you also have this challenge or other concerning the interoperability?
In my last slide, I mentioned taking partial responsibility for the observation. And in the Japanese project, we did the extra radio sounds observation in Russian station. We provided sensors, but there was a big long how to say, it was difficult to conduct such kind of thing, but finally we succeeded in to do that. But to do such thing continuously, some international framework will be needed. So in this time, in that time, we have some contract between the Russian Arctic and Antarctic Research Institute and the NIPR, Japan. But a more international framework will be we make better and easy to do such thing. This is my thought.
That's a very relevant comment indeed. And that would be taken in the further in the discussion and in the final recommendation and consideration, definitely. Is anybody among the participants here who want to briefly introduce the observing system on which they are working and present few words about challenges on integration with other systems and on challenges or like action taken or planned or thoughts about linking the observing system to social benefit area, like Tonghua and Yoon have presented in their slides. Is there anyone who wants to intervene now?
Yeah, Vito from Italy, if possible.
Yeah, please, Vito, welcome to speak.
Yes, start my video just to show myself. Okay, but I keep switch off because my line is not too strong. But okay, the problem that I see is how to bring together a big initiative or with large amount of funding, big institution, with the effort and the work made by little ones. Many times we have a lot of, there is a sort of biodiversity in this sense, how to keep together them.
Yeah, that's the point indeed. Yeah, this biodiversity and also linkages between different spheres, observing systems that cover different disciplines have spatial challenges, and these have to become more and more put on front. These systems are more and more essentials.
And I would like to add that this is very important in the scope to keep involved the indigenous. We are make example with very big institution, big program, 100 people, a lot of funding. How to integrate the observation from indigenous or other in this skill. So this is very important.
I fully agree. Is there anybody else who want to comment? Please just speak openly about your own observing system interests in the Arctic, what you would like to see observed, which challenges you see. Have you ever thought about this framework, this frame, this structure that we have discussed today? In a way, it was introduced already in the previous Arctic Observing Summit in 2018 in Davos. For those who have been there, this concept must be familiar. Have any of you started to think about implementing it with its own observations or network, observational network or system, or any thought about it? I don't see volunteers.
Hi, this is Anna, Marine Research Center of Moscow State University. I wanted to bring up a comment which might be a little bit of a technical one, but I think it is a challenge that we have. And this is actually quite a big lack of data, especially in situ data and coordinated data, because currently we rely a lot on satellite images and they're not always very accurate, and there are a lot of parameters that need to be verified. And there are like a lot of individual efforts of organizations and countries, but they're often not coordinated. So yeah, particularly with the Arctic, there are still a lot of spatial areas that are not really covered with in situ measurements. I thought that is worth mentioning.
Can you give an example of a lack of data that's relevant for you that you would need?
Particularly with the primary production, because we're working with quite a lot of models, most of them are not considering, for example, algae under the sea, because satellites can't measure them. So in order to take them into account, we really need in situ measurements.
There's actually quite a lot of data that is not measured when you think about the Arctic Ocean. There's hardly any atmospheric measurements at all over the Arctic Ocean. And that, of course, influences the quality of weather forecasts and reanalysis and everything like you just pointed out. So there are plenty of areas for improvement. Thinking about networks, I think we should not get ahead of ourselves and try and invent new networks. I think it is better to use the existing networks. Someone tells me to start my video, so I'm going to do that. What I was going to say is that we should first and foremost use the existing networks, and talking about individual examples like was raised just now, where you have like expeditions going into the Arctic doing uncoordinated work. It would be a great help if everyone organizing such expeditions could start and put as much as possible, for instance, of the atmospheric measurements on the GTS and not hide it in some obscure database somewhere. So that's an example of things that could be done.
Thank you, Michael and Anne, for these comments. I think we will record them and put these comments in the recommendation. Michael, you will have chance to speak about this also in the panel discussion, but I think it's a point we can take it also now in this session.
Yeah, it was mentioned that we should talk about essential variables tomorrow, I think, in the introduction, but I want to break the rule and just introduce vertical structure of the atmosphere as an essential Arctic variable.
Okay, fantastic. You are very welcome to the exercise tomorrow. You have already clear ideas. That's very good. This is exactly what we need. So, please raise your hand or unmute yourself if you want to speak. If not, I will go on with the program. So, this is again the agenda. And so we have now a 10-minute break during which we will split into randomly assigned breakout groups. And I will introduce now the work that will be done in the groups. So the groups, I don't know now how many groups there will be, but there are about 44 participants. So I guess there will be about 7, 8 group. And each group should select a leader and a node keeper. And you will be asked to fill a form with questions. And this is the link to the form.
I just put the link in the chat box. The one that you have up is slightly out of date.
Excellent, because
so use the link in the chat box, please.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Alice. Alice, actually, we should thank her because she is the one who arranged all this, all the forms for these working groups. She has done an amazing work on preparing for this online meeting. So the questions that you will be asked to answer are, what particular challenges do you see in implementing a structured model like this that we have seen that Yoon and Tanghua just presented, or that Hank introduced? And which aspect of these models would work well in the Arctic? Which aspect would not work? And which solution can you come up to face those challenges? Well, Yoon and Tanghua have already illustrated some of these challenges, but we ask you to discuss in the group about this. And we will reconvene here at 9:15. So whatever, we kindly ask you to be on time, and you will have 45 minutes to discuss. So after the discussion, there will be another 10 minutes break, but then you will be reconvene into the common group, the big group, and you will be asked to make a brief report on the discussion, and eventually provide some recommendation on a structure model that would work for the road process. Yes, so I think now we can start the break. And please, you will be automatically inserted in the group starting at 10:10. So I hope you will have a fruitful discussion. See you later then. Hello, everybody. How many are we now? 14.
So Roberta, since you're listed as host, I think you need to hit the end breakout rooms button.
I did.
Okay. Then we should have more people back than just 15.
I think that people have started to leave the group without waiting that I press the button.
Okay, I guess we're getting some more people trickling back in now.
Let's wait a moment that many managed to come back.
This is Michael. I wasn't aware that I had to press a button to get back. So maybe some other people are just hanging in there. So is there a way to send a message to the breakout room?
So it shouldn't need to be that everyone has to press a button. It's only Roberta as host that needs to press the end breakout sessions or stop breakout sessions for everyone.
Oh, okay. Because I was still hanging in the breakout room until just a few moments ago when I.
Yeah.
But I'm not anymore in the breakout room.
Nope.
And because I pressed that button. So
Okay. Then we must have had just a lot of people log off then.
I don't know, I can still see the breakout room somehow, but I'm not in anymore. So
Yeah,
so you're not in, but you need to make them stop.
how? I did press the button stop the breakout rooms, but it was not enough.
Okay, then without the host screen in front of me, I don't think I can tell you anymore.
Before we went into the breakout rooms, we had about 36 people. I see 21 on right now.
This is probably enough to start going with the report out, and we can let people trickle in from here.
Maybe we could also ask the chat manager to send messages to all the remaining breakout groups to return to the main session.
Is the chat manager here? Akin, are you here?
I am here. I'm trying to check the list of the people that were on the breakout room, and I'll send them a message immediately.
Thank you. So, but then I will share the presentation. So now each group should provide a summary, a brief summary, maximum 2 minutes per group, because we have 45 minutes to discuss about the conclusion reached by each group, and also to provide recommendation. So 2 minutes for reporting about what was discussed, and the remaining time to draft some recommendation. Let's start from group 1. Do you have a rapporteur for the group?
Yes, I was taking notes. So our two biggest things that came up were first that there are a lot of existing networks, both working in the Arctic, but especially global networks, and that we should be very careful not to try and reinvent the wheel, and rather to leverage the existing networks and come up with Arctic-friendly adaptations of how they are working. And then the second big thing is that many of the limitations to working with these networks are technological problems. And in order to solve those, it will take large collaborative efforts between funding agencies, companies, engineers, and research scientists. But then I also want to reiterate to all of the working groups, please make sure that I have a copy of your notes. I put my email address in the chat box. It's also in the discussion template that you had, so make sure you share it with me. I've so far only gotten 2 of them.
Thank you, Alice. I think many groups will share your conclusion. At least in our group, we share a part of them. Can we go on with the second group? Who is the rapporteur? Nobody.
I think maybe I was in group 2. My name is Hanne Sagan. And we were group 2, and for the most of the time we were only 2. And then it's easy. Then we got a new member, and I have sent around the document to the others because we had quite a lot of difficulties in organizing it technologically, going back and forth and trying to get this working. But back to what we were discussing, so we realized that we had two people, one on land and one on ocean, and Wu was on land, and he mentioned the UN development goals, which we both agreed were helpful to use when we need funding and to secure the societal benefit for the observings that we make. Then the main thing is the sustained funding support for observations. That is perhaps the biggest obstacle in many ways. And then there was some technological challenges, both on land and in ocean. In particular, we mentioned borehole technology that can be difficult in the Arctic region. And also I mentioned the ocean, which is primarily year-round data from the ocean and data from underwater platforms in near real time, for example, but there is many others like the biological parameters. And then also we were talking about to get the data delivery chain operational and effective. And then I mentioned this lack of mediators to bring the data from research observing systems into standard formats and from there into the data management systems. And this is an educational question stated by many, but it is also a question of using the right personnel for the different tasks in the delivery chain. We cannot educate everyone to be data managers. So we need to be a little bit efficient about who we use. Then then we were talking about which models work well in the Arctic, and then we pointed in particular on the international collaboration model, both in implementation of observing programs. It is also the financial component like EU, and then sharing of logistics and infrastructure, that we are not duplicating observing capacity in at geographical locations, and also in data sharing and management, that we can share and collaborate. And typical examples that we mentioned was Mosaic Intaros and other EU projects in general that is really putting effort on international collaboration. And also Wu mentioned the Arctic Cross-Sphere Change and Sustainable Development, or for Sustainable Development, that is funded recently or 2 years ago by the Chinese Academy of Science. Then we should have discussed CND, but we did not come that far.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Anne. This was very helpful, and I'm taking note, but also other are. So we will try to reach recommendation out of this. Group 3, is there anybody? Please unmute yourself. Did you, if you identify the rapporteur?
So my group 3, unaffected.
Right.
No effective because
Was cancelled.
only one, and then
yeah.
Yes.
So then group 4.
Yeah, the group 3 was not working.
Yeah, thank you, Vito. You then join group 5. Yes. Group 4.
There was no group 4, so people are assigned to group 5.
Group 5. Okay. So we have Anna Gebroek, who was appointed as our rapporteur. Anna, if you can just briefly tell about the last summary of our discussion, the last 3 points.
Of course. I think most of the time what we were focusing about was discussing the bottom-up approach. And so that the existing systems that are focusing on sort of long-standing priorities are not really flexible and inclusive. So yeah, we were just trying to think of some practical solutions of how to have the broader representation of the research community, indigenous people and other stakeholders. And one of the things to do that is to have more regular communication, like workshops like this one, and yeah, and just trying to be flexible and don't always rely solely on these long-standing priorities, and be able to adopt a changing situation, which is always the case, particularly in the Arctic, and yeah, changing political situation, changing global situation like the crisis that we have now. So yeah, that was about the bottom-up approach, the first point. The second point was about the international collaboration, which we have learned from the presentation and from the personal experience of the group members, that having international framework really helps sometimes to sustain observations, but it shouldn't solely rely on existing projects or personal contexts. Rather, we should have some frameworks which would help to have long-standing and sustainable collaboration despite the changing situation. And the third key point, I think, was about harmonization of methods and approaches, same as many other groups mentioned, that, yeah, to reduce duplicated data and have effective observing systems, it is crucially important to collect data in the same way, and then to make it available to everyone, and to focus on existing networks rather than creating new ones. I think those are our 3 main points.
Thank you very much, Anna. Was there also a 6th group? Yes, I guess.
Yeah, I think that was me, Hank, and Heike. I'll ask them to chime in here. And so it was just the 3 of us, and 2 of us actually helped put some of this together, so it's a little incestuous. But in terms of the particular challenges, we acknowledge that there's actually a large range of existing data which is not well coordinated, sort of high data heterogeneity, but we do need to decide what makes sense to coordinate. We did feel that if there was an integrated system, it would reveal some knowledge gaps which might not be obvious right now. And some of the problems in just managing current assets were that some of the users of systems sort of don't commit to doing all that is necessary to make their data accessible and interoperable, but it could well be that they don't have the resources to do that. So sort of data integration and some sort of governance would help here. In terms of some of these other solutions, there are data management integration systems from other fields that could be adopted and used rather than sort of reinventing our own. And I put a few of those in the notes. The thought was sort of the approach is either a data gateway approach or a web server interface with a sort of integrated dashboard. We talked a bit about whether SIOS was scalable. That's because Heike's in charge of SIOS. We also decided that coordination might be needed from a somewhat higher level, Arctic Council maybe, or the Arctic ministerials. And there are a few more details in the notes, not a lot. So Hank and Heike could comment whether I had covered everything in that brief summary.
Yeah, that was great, Will. I think that sort of the at least as a first step, there's a lot of data that's out there, and the data integration activities and the technological advances now it might be in reach to be able to do something like that.
Thank you, Will and Hank and Heike. Should we hear now from group 7?
There was no group 7 and 8. The last one is group 6.
All right. So we have covered all the groups, and now we should draft some recommendation. So I took some notes, but I think it would be good here to open a page and write down something. I don't know, we don't have any dedicated tool for this part of writing the recommendation, but
Roberto, just so that you know that I am actually taking notes of all the discussion that is happening in the main session.
So I don't need to worry about that. Yeah, right. I don't open any screen yet, so we don't get confused. But well, actually, just a moment. Share. Now I got stuck. Ah. Well, we can just discuss the recommendation, the key points. Most of the group have pointed out the challenges in the heterogeneity of the observing system, in the technical challenges that are also among the main driver for the design of the observing system are also an issue, and also have spoken about the role of the international organization as coordinator of the single observing system effort, and also tool through which harmonization of the observation method can be achieved. Can each group identify a specific recommendation, or one or two recommendation out of the discussion they have had? What's the key point, the key message to take home? So I'm starting again to call group 1. Do you have any synthesis?
Well, I think we kind of already described our key takeaways. That is that we see the role primarily sitting with the existing networks to broaden their scope in order to cover these areas that are not already being addressed. And we recognize that the challenge in doing so is at least partially technological. But if anybody else from Working Group 1 wants to, or discussion section 1 wants to add in anything to that, go for it.
Yeah, Alice, this is exactly what we concluded, and I think also this is the message what I've understood from the other working groups or other task groups.
Very good. Yeah, that's indeed it shared among other discussion, at least what we have had in group 5. Do we have a take-home message from working group 2?
Well, we discussed quite a lot of things, so it is this bottlenecks both in the data management and technological challenges, and also logistical challenges, which is more of the practical things. Then you have also this to get things efficient. I mean, from bringing up the data and to deliver it into recognized data management systems or data systems. I think it is an educational question, but also that we need to use the right personnel at the right task, which I think not always is the case. And then to the international collaboration, I think it is important with international collaboration, but also to remember the different needs in different regions.
What do you see the role in this? Can roads help in at least share a solution for the logistic challenges, or like identify priority on which logistic challenges should be, well, on how the international community should put together forces to face these challenges together and speed up the solution. Or then the roads process should also have a role in the data management part, like clarify passages.
Yeah, I think that roads is an important initiative and tool, future tool to streamline the the development of an integrated Arctic observing and observation system. And it is important that that people, like we do now, have ownership to this document, because then it is more likely that people will follow the recommendations in this document. So yes, I really support that that there should be a roadmap that we can follow in all respects of data systems. But it is also important, I think, to acknowledge that there is a difference between a backbone observing system and all these research-based observing systems that we today rely on. We should not choke any or make these projects, how do you say, to die out because we want a backbone system that can hamper the development of new technologies and also the new data harvesting. So I think we in roads, I would like to see a difference between backbone system and then research-based systems, that we acknowledge the two different systems which can live together.
Thank you, Hanne. I think this is an important point that we can definitely put into the recommendation.
Hanne, do you have notes from your discussion?
We do, but the other two wanted also to contribute into the document. It was a bit difficult to share the document, and maybe Google Docs could help us to do that. And it might be also that we have some additional comments.
Okay, can you make sure that you share a copy with me or email me a copy so that we can make sure to get these into the notes for the session?
Yeah.
Thank you.
What about group 3? There was no group 3. Was there a group 4? Maybe not.
Group 4, but there is group 5 and 6.
5 and 6. Okay. Is Anna still here? Yes.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I think our main message was about the importance of the bottom-up approach in identifying priorities that would be actually representative of the interests of various stakeholders and not based singly on the research priorities of small scientific groups. Yeah, and obviously this should also include indigenous peoples and other stakeholders, even businesses.
Yeah, I think you did. Yeah, that was the main point we discussed, indeed. What now about group 6?
I think Hank summarized it pretty well at the end, that we need data integration and that there are the technologies are available now, that this is in reach to integrate a lot of the data that are now being collected in, and then with that we can then identify knowledge gaps and of course make advances in the science. I mean, we discussed other things, but I think those are the two. That's the take-home message.
Yeah. Thanks a lot. We still have some time because we were supposed to finish the session at, let me check the time. 10:55. 10:55. We have still 12 minutes. I think we have managed to collect a nice synthesis, a nice set of recommendation, and we have had a nice input from all working groups. So I really thank you very much. Now we can fill the remaining 10 minutes to maybe discuss also about the challenges. We have now some main recommendation, but at least the goal of today is to see if this model, if the structure model help in identify priority for the development of the roads. So we have seen in several group criticism on this high level driven prioritization that does not come from the needs of the regional and large diversity of available observing system, which have all their challenges and their issues. Is there any idea or what are the biggest challenges that prevent consensus, that could prevent consensus, international consensus on the identification of priorities? Let's say we gather all the single disciplines that to produce their own priority list based on the challenges of the specific disciplines. And we want to, each discipline propose prioritization, how to propose the essential Arctic variable, propose guideline to optimize the observing system, how to prioritize, how to involve the, how to serve the society best. What are the challenges? What are the main challenges? Vito in our group was saying, if we do so, if we want to look at the big picture, we get a total chaos. I don't know, do you share this view? Do you see, do you have an idea on what are the main challenges to progress on this?
Oh, this is Michael. I think it's our own myopia.
It's our own, sorry?
Our own myopia. We are all too short-sighted, too nearsighted. Everyone's interested in either aerosols or sea ice or extreme weather, polar lows, you name it. And we fail to realize that we could all do better in our own fields if we work together. I think it's all in our heads. I think if we were to get, now I'm just speculating, but if we were to get everyone together in a room and someone would come in and said, you would never get any more funding ever if you can't agree on what to do, then it would work.
So is there any existing organization? I'm thinking about the satellite agencies. We could think about existing system in place to identify priority. For instance, in the design of the new missions, they have they serve all the disciplines, but they have to prioritize. They have to put the funding in selected instruments that will serve selected users. And we get some good path from that community.
Roberta, Vito
Yes.
speaking. I believe then if we fix some prioritization, we starting very bad. I'm a little bit confused because if I take the one-page summary that was produced for the AOS, no, about roads and which is the scope of AOS, I read the words about should support bottom-up process, roads should support bottom-up process and clusterization. These are the two key. So the scope of roads should be to provide a model. So the work then we need to work. First of all, we need to segment the problem. So we are a very broad community engaged from atmospheric physics, ecosystem. So we need to convene little community, and we should work to give them a model through which, so a scheme, so which questions to answer, and try to organize the community with a much more framed around a specific area, etc. Not too priority. Then the needs of the society or the interest of the policymaker or other, the capability of the community to rise interest will become the thermometer to which to measure the success, not to receive money, etc. And if we decide and we need to fix a priority list, it's impossible. So any piece of the puzzle, we are all agreed, and the vision is a holistic vision. So means that anything is in some sense relevant. Okay, try to drive the community to move from a big fragmentation to a less fragmentation, and try to drive the process with some scheme, some module. So the workshop then they organize, and the question they need to answer are similar. So then each little community will come with some results, and then they will be engaged or responsible to promote their vision and the funding agency. And okay, any piece better place in the puzzle would be a good place, because one piece less for the whole picture. Priority should be not the first target we need to achieve, but to create a model, a way to go ahead for a very spread and large community.
I agree. Any attempt at prioritization of one variable over another is ultimately going to be unsuccessful. What we really need at this stage is a common language and a common set of questions that our disparate observing communities can work with in order to get on the same page, in order to reduce this fragmentation. So I don't think what we're trying to do at this stage is come up with a set of priorities so much as come up with a common structure to be talking about our priorities within.
Exactly.
So Michael, I do appreciate your hostage situation approach to this.
Well, I'm not serious, of course.
It would work.
Because well, it might work, but it will never happen. But
yeah.
But I think we're not talking about priorities between this and that data set or this and that observation. We're talking about a model on how to prioritize, how we can get together from different communities. Exactly. And I think that's a different thing. It's not the priorities itself, it's the mechanism. And then money does help.
So about the mechanism, there were, I think the discussion was about defining, well, what Vito was suggesting is like reducing this fragmentation from the bottom, from the base. So like with topical workshop that gather together all the players, not just the scientists, but local community and users, data users. On the other hand, there is also the bottom, the top-down approach with a large organization that can also, we saw the example of the CryoNet, for instance, that can provide guidelines on how to integrate the observation, how to harmonize the data, and can guide the development also of the regional observing system. So CryoNet is also, it's under WMO, but of course it's driven by also scientists who or expert or data manager that run observing system. So what do you think about the role of the two party, the single project driven groups or observing system, or the single community, topical community that gather together to reduce the fragmentation and to increase the integration, and the role of this overarching structure that also aim to the same objective? I think they both should play, or what do you think? They both should be in place.
Well, it's Michael again. If I thought I think if the bottom-up approach would be the successful way to go, it would already have happened. And it hasn't.
No, but Michael and Vito, yeah, it's clear then are sort of driving, but the role of SERN and also should be, or roads should be to select from the bottom, which are the results that are more interesting for the common targets. So the problem is not make we can take one. Why we need to say then the first variable, so with fifth area we are taking is the most priority. It's just an example, starting with one piece in the puzzle, and we can take several and try to work to fix. I'd like to underline the work that Geo is promoting through the working groups like GeoGNOME for mountain region, etc. So we can identify the variables for some area, but without to say that this is the most the highest priority or less priority. So we can start from several aspects and to consider, and roads and SEON and the top organization have the role and select for a very large set of action, which are the most important. This is what I think, but the first page, the one page then was provided to us is talk about bottom up as one of the key elements of roads. Roads should support stepwise development through a flexible, collaborative, and evolving structure that allow bottom-up identification of teams and focus regions. This was one of the principles of roads on which we agree in South SEM. So, so I don't read in this page prepared, and later there is one broader document. Anytime the words priority, it's not right here. So why we are talking about that in this moment? We need to identify variables, and we can starting and clustering variables in some groups that are better connected with social benefit, etc. This is the scope of roads. Then is a way to reduce fragmentation.
I'm not talking about prioritization. You are talking about prioritization, and then you're talking about selecting things. I think that's the same thing.
Are you sure that is not the same?
Yeah. I'm not sure if I am unmute now, but I think, oh no. I think at this point, we have to stop here And thanks to Anne, we have taken good notes of all your comments. I thank you very, very, very much. It was, I think, fruitful discussion. Each group provided a really important input, and this input will be further integrated into the final recommendation once we collect all your form and we draft the final document. So now I would like, first of all, do you see the full screen now? The
Yes.
plan for day 2. So I would give the floor to Alice Bradley to introduce the activity for the next day, session.
All right, in the remaining 90 seconds or so that we have, first off, the second working group 1 session today is going to be doing basically exactly the same thing that we did in this one. So if you were here for this one, you don't need to come to the other one. If you want to do it all again, you're welcome. And then tomorrow for 2 of the sessions, and I copied the link to the working group 1 agendas in the chat box, but we're going to be doing, again, discussion sections, but this one really talking about how do we select what is an essential Arctic variable, how would we go about making some sort of prioritization, how we could implement that across different fragments of the observing community, and then how do we link those to societal benefit areas and requirements. So the plan for day 2 is going to be really digging into some of the issues that we identified as kind of key steps forward in this discussion. I encourage you to please take a look at the discussion questions. Roberta, if you could go to the next slide. We have another Google Doc discussion form for tomorrow that has different set of questions on it. So please take a look at those ahead of time so you can start getting a sense of what's coming up. The link to all of those is in the agenda that's in that Google Doc that I just shared. If you have any comments or thoughts or anything, you can always email me, or at the top of the agenda, there's a link to basically a comment box, and you can submit anything you think of over the course of the meeting in there. Roberta, you're still muted.
Thank you, Alice.
Vita just reminded me, there is also a cross-cutting section this evening, Europe time, this afternoon, where I am sitting, and that is also in the agenda. The idea there is to do a very broad bottom-up sourcing of new ideas and thoughts for where issues that have arisen in the other working groups might be relevant to design, implementation, and optimization questions. And then that will conclude with a workflow activity that we're trying to gather some information on. That's it for our agenda.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alice. This is all for the moment. I thank you all, and in particular the presenter, Yonghwa Wu and Yoon Inoue, but all who have really made the session fruitful. Thank you very much, and welcome to the continuation of the Working Group 1 activity, and also to the other Working Group activity, yes. Thank you very much, and see you soon again in the coming days. Bye.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.